Good morning, guys. How's everybody doing there? Having some mic difficulties. That was weird. All right. Pretty crazy news last night. What a crazy session yesterday, and even crazier overnight. Pretty much exactly what we were saying, though. Exactly what I anticipated. Like I said, any sell-off was going to be bought right back up, which it was. Not too shocked there. So yeah, I'm sure you guys all know kind of what happened. There was the whole idea that suddenly the trade deal was going to be put off and that it wasn't going to happen this year, and tariffs go into effect on December 15th, and everybody panicked. And then the bulls were able to catch that and bring it back up. It did obviously, sell off a little bit more. And then we had that nice little climb back into close. And then it dropped after hours. And then I think it was about 10:30 Eastern time. China came out with the announcement that they were still optimistic about the trade deal. And then throughout the night, it slowly bought up, and then we kind of got into the green for a second, dropped back down, and then we bought back up here at open. That's literally exactly what we said was going to happen. We spiked pretty hard there just about 30 minutes ago. I'm not exactly sure what. Then we're only $1.50 in the green now, but for whatever reason we kind of had that little dip here pre-market. But I think it's just some of the earnings stuff. There was bad earnings once again out of some of the retail names. The jobless number was not good either. Macy's reported this morning. A lot of eyes were on that one after because earnings this quarter has been pretty back and forth, and retail is a big one that everybody's watching right now, right? Especially going into the holiday season, going into the new year. So retail is really important to kind of see the general health of the economy, and so it's been about 50-50. And Macy's actually reported their first low comp sales in over 2 years. It's the first time they have done that, so they dove down pretty hard. Another big news event that we've been talking about in the Discord this morning is that the rumor came out, and then it was confirmed that Charles Schwab is looking to. They put it in. So for $26 billion, they are looking to acquire TD Ameritrade. Which, if you're looking at the YouTube right now, that's what I'm on. Thinkorswim. I actually have accounts at both. From what I've been told, what I saw, they will be. The CEO is saying that they will manage both of them separately, so they will Thinkorswim should still stay the same as it is now. It will just be acquired by Charles Schwab, and hopefully nothing will change there too much. They will become the largest brokerage in the world at that point, and I believe they were saying something with like assets. It would be somewhere around in the $6 trillion range. So that's pretty crazy. Some more news. The other big news: Apple. So Trump met with Tim Cook in Texas for the Mac Pro release, the unveil, and was rumored, and then he came out and admitted to what they were talking about. So they were Tim Cook has been asking for Trump to if the tariffs do go through on December 15th, they are trying to get it so that Apple will not have to pay those. So they had a meeting about that yesterday. They're kind of their big. Their bargaining chip was that companies like Samsung don't have to pay these tariffs because they are in South Korea, and there was a special deal made. I don't know if you guys remember that with South Korea for Samsung, so they're not having to pay any of that. So Apple is trying to stay on a competitive edge, so to speak, with them. Also, while Trump was there, they talked about Apple possibly because of the they're supposed to. I think it's something like some insane amount of jobs they're supposed to be creating in Texas. But they were talking about Apple possibly starting to build the infrastructure for the 5G network here in the United States. So that'll be really interesting to see some of these developments come out of that. So for the second day in a row, marijuana stocks are hot. So the House committee approved a landmark bill that went in front of federal legislature to make marijuana completely legal on a federal level in the United States. So this is kind of what we were talking about a few months ago, that if this was a thing that I didn't know it was going to happen this soon. I'm really surprised. If it does go through, I'll be surprised too. But they're saying that this would be legal on a federal level, and that means these companies, especially some of the big boys like Canopy Growth, Aurora Cannabis, Tilray, these things are going to absolutely skyrocket. They are all pretty much up right now, again in pre-market, and they were also yesterday. So there's definitely some stocks in play there that I'll be watching into open. China had invited the U.S. To come negotiate the deal in China. That's a part of this bump back up. China did then, on the other side, threatened the United States over the Hong Kong bill. And so that's going to be kind of a tug of war here. I think we're going to be looking at a lot today, is this back and forth with those. Some of the trade ideas that I'm looking at, I don't know if you guys were able to, it seems like a few of you were able to watch Darth put out a really good market outlook video this morning. A lot of trade ideas that are more midterm ideas, but really good stuff on there. Some of the stuff I'll be looking at is I will be looking at Target, ticker symbol TGT. So their earnings were fantastic, and they've just been on an absolute rip. Even when the dip yesterday, they stayed strong. So I'll be looking for a second day runner. That is a actual play I end up playing. So a second day runner. They also had their price target raised by at least three that I saw. There was 3 analysts raised their price target on Target. It just sounds funny to say price target raised on Target. I will be watching Roku again because it's my Momo stock of the week, and it's been that for a couple weeks. The same thing yesterday, even with the big dip, it dipped a bit and then ran right back up. So it's super strong. I'm still bullish on Roku. Netflix technical areas are looking strong. It's also looking up here in pre-market. Let me pull up my 15-minute on it. So it's dipped a little bit here in pre-market, but you can see it out of most of all the things. Microsoft pushed up a little bit. Amazon was kind of chopping around. Same with Apple. Google's completely flat. Netflix, out of all of them, was up the most. It was making a nice little push up over here. Some technical levels. It has sold off a little bit as we're getting close to open. But Netflix, I will definitely be watching going into open here. Also, NVIDIA, it was a huge ripper yesterday, and then it sold off pretty good, but it still kept the middle Celt on the 4-hour and still above the 1430, so I'm definitely be watching NVIDIA as well. The cannabis stocks, like I said. I still am watching Schwab. What else is on here? Costco, Home Depot for maybe a possible fade, but I have a feeling the fading might be done on Home Depot. I do want to see if it maybe start to make a little bit of a get bought up here a little bit after it's been so oversold. You can see here on the futures, oil is back up for another day. Again, we're at 57.77. That's awesome for oil. That's really good after being so down for the last week. So we've had 2 days in a row with positive oil. XLF was selling off, but it's already back up now to 29.87. It'll be really interesting if it can get over that $30 level on XLF. That's what I would see the big push for that next big leg up. Like I was talking about, we expected there to be a slight sell-off in the S&Ps, only to be bought to newer highs, and this could be the exact setup for that. My levels I'd be looking at is I would actually be expecting to see the S&P bought up all the way to 2150 to 3150 to 3200. The NASDAQ is slightly in the red here at 82.8975. Bonds have just been selling off pretty hard. It's pretty bullish actually. Got their risk on. So gold also has sold off slightly. So looking pretty bullish actually going into open, even though we're just a quarter over right now on from yesterday's close. But with all those other indicators down like that, I am pretty bullish going into open. Let me go through, see if there's any other news on here. Yeah, the big thing is going to be watching these. And the for the last day this week, they will have the impeachment inquiry is continuing for the last day today. So there'll be news coming out about that left and right. Really doesn't seem like anything that really moves the markets. But yeah, the China deal is definitely going to be something. I'm not sure what they're going to put out today, up or down, or if they're going to hopefully leave it around. Again, you guys remember, it's going to be the same thing I've been saying every day. Choppy, choppy, choppy. Just be super guarded. Do not take any trades unless they are absolutely a perfect setup for what you're looking for with your trade ideas. Again, that's why the group is here. That's why the Discord is here, to run trade ideas by each other and, look at different things. Sit on your hands if you have to, you guys. It's been a really good couple weeks. I've been really, really stoked and really proud of you guys. I've seen some really, really good gains by some people in here the last couple weeks. I couldn't be more proud, and it's really exciting. But I don't want to turn around and just see you guys, start making a couple bad plays and end up giving it all back. That would be the absolute worst thing that we could have happen after such 2 good weeks. I mean, you guys have been killing it. It's been a really good couple weeks. And it's been hard. These market conditions are not easy, you guys. This has been really, really difficult stuff. And so the fact that you guys have been doing so well is just, that's absolutely awesome. So just imagine when we do get good conditions and actually start getting some trends. I mean, yesterday was a crazy day, right? But it actually created some great intraday action. I was able to catch some of the, I caught it up from the open, and then I was able to short, get out of my hedge shorts, and then go back up long, and then I re-hedged. So I literally had about 3 different setups yesterday that were huge, and those are tricky. But like, as you guys get more used to this and experience with that kind of stuff, that you will end up loving days like yesterday. Yesterday was a volatility trader's absolute dream. It was a great day. But I mean, I know it's so hard to gauge where we're going and what we're doing. But yeah, I couldn't be more proud of you guys. I will. I'm going to grab some coffee and do my stretch and meditation here, and I'll be back on in a few minutes. We got about 14 minutes to open. I'll come back on just right before open for we'll look at some more charts and trade ideas as we get closer to here. We are still in the green, and bonds continuing to sell off, as well as the VIX. It was quite elevated, but we're starting to come down some more. Gold is catching a little bit of a bid here, and oil continues to rise. So yeah, it's looking like somewhat of a push up here out of the gate, but of course it's going to be choppy, so let's not rush anything. If anything, I would say I probably wouldn't trade right at the first 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Even some people won't trade that first half hour, kind of see if we can catch a trend, see which way we're going on some of these names. But definitely right out of the gate, I'll probably just be sitting on my hands waiting to see where we're going to go, and then I will probably make a decision from there as to what direction I'm going. I will try to call out some, if there's anything A+ setups, I'll call them out in here for sure. And then we'll see how the day goes, depending on how crazy it gets. We may just be trying to look at setups. Otherwise, we may try to go over some more, doing some more spread exercises, looking at some hedging stuff, more midterm, especially going into the holiday week next week with Thanksgiving. And then I think this is actually like one of the last full weeks we have of this year of trading, which is the craziest thing to say. But yeah, so I will be back on here shortly, guys. Guys, I'm heavily watching Roku as well here in pre-market. Just some of the volume, then the R-Vol's picking up. Just one thing to be careful about. I will be watching Roku here, but it's now because of the little bit of pullback there. It is now still under our VWAP. VWAP is at 160, like almost exactly. So see, it's catching a bit here, but definitely watching Roku out of the gate here, seeing if we can get up above VWAP, and if that is the case, I'll definitely be getting bullish on it. Otherwise, if it rejects off that, I could be getting bearish for a sell-off. It is kind of bouncing back and forth right now, kind of crazy here. On the 15-minute, watching the tape, and then on the daily, it is literally just half between the upper Celt on daily and still a little bit extended on the 4 hours. So just going in there, I saw some of the trade ideas you guys are picking. Stuff sounds good so far. I like everything I saw. Skyworks, Disney, Roku, Netflix, Apple, Facebook. The ones that we watch, the big names that we watch all the time here. So we got about a minute to go. Going to open up. Oil continuing to build some momentum. Bonds continuing to sell off. Gold selling off pretty good. NASDAQ is not catching up at all really right now, but I have a feeling we'll see that out of the gate catch up a little bit. And the market's going to be opening pretty much exactly flat from yesterday's close. So it'll be pretty much a straight shot out of the gate. So we'll be really watching the decline line and the ticks for some direction here to see which way we're going to go. I'm going to check my list one more time if I'm missing anything. I'll have a really good eye on the FANGs and on XLF and the banks, financials. Definitely some cues and clues there as to what we're going to be doing. Also might be watching because of Macy's earnings. There's a little bit of sell-off there. Kind of a nasty candle. I'll be watching some of the retail names coming out of the gate to see if they're going to also sell off a little bit together. And also the cannabis names are definitely on my watch, but really high volatility. Here we go. All right, guys. Let's be smart today. Let's see here. And we actually start off on the decline line in positive territory at 465. That is very bullish so far. If we start to sell off there, that will be definitely not good, but it'll be interesting. Roku just ripping out of the gate there. Missed my entry. It just ripped right past VWAP. Already up to 161. Already up. Wow, Roku is just absolutely going crazy. Oh man, that might be a signal to sell though. That is crazy this morning. Ticking down here, and decline line coming down just ever so slightly, but nothing too crazy yet. So yeah, it's gonna be a battle. It's gonna be an absolute shop fest here, guys. Just be careful with anything you jump into. Yeah, Roku is kind of lifting off there, but if you're not already in Roku, definitely that'd be chasing. SPY is selling off. The market is selling off a little bit here out of the gate, but that's what it usually does, shake the weak hands, and then we might take off to the upside. So that'll be interesting to see where we go here. Wow, Roku already up almost 360, so about 2.5% here, right out of the gate. Check in on our FANGs. So these are actually bullish signals to me as it kind of sells off a little bit down out of the gate. It shakes everybody off, and then it would take off. This is what I'm talking about. I would wait a few minutes before I would get any idea of direction before I go long. But I'd like to see Apple and Netflix come down a little bit farther before I would even think about getting long on these. Schwab is going to be testing the upper Celt here on the 4-hour. Roku up 376 already. Nvidia is kind of doing its thing, not still in the red, but looking strong so far. Tesla has got resistance here on the 4-hour at upper Celt as well. And AMD is starting to continue the sell-off from yesterday, as well as Disney is kind of finding some sell side here. Same with Qualcomm and McDonald's also. Yeah, S&P is selling off pretty good. The ad decline line is deteriorating pretty fast, and we were already all the way down to a 61 from a positive 471. So that's pretty significant there, guys. So definitely be careful. This could be a slight correction. I don't see this lasting though. I just do not see the bears taking control of this market yet. So I do think this will turn around here. A decline line closing in on the zero line. That is definitely not looking too bullish. We got some big candles on the S&Ps, and the SPY just dropping here right now. Down now $6 from yesterday's close already. I don't think they'll keep the momentum going though, but we'll see. Could be. I could be wrong. I've not been wrong in 2 weeks. Yeah, the ad decline line continuing to deteriorate. We're now below the zero line at negative 27 and continuing to tick down on all the markets. VIX is rising here, guys, at 1327. So these are definitely some bearish chop. But again, this is just that chopper experiencing as starting to tick up on the Russell. And now at a negative 62 on our ad decline line. Let's see where we're at on our watch list here. AMD down almost 3% already. Nvidia closing in on 0.6%. Qualcomm, BA, Beyond, Amazon, Google, all in the red still. Activision, Microsoft, Apple still in the red. Walmart in the green. The financials, Goldman Sachs, Home Depot is trying to catch a bid here. U.S. Bank, Twitter, Netflix, Target. Target having another decent day so far. McDonald's getting bought up here, as well as Costco, Shop, and Tesla. And Roku obviously leading here, but sold off a little bit from the high of 162.89. It is VWAP now. It is resting on VWAP here. If it breaks VWAP, okay, it's got support on VWAP on Roku here. Oh, and it broke right there. So it broke VWAP right there. Ad decline line continuing to drop down. We are catching a small bid here on the S&Ps. See if the bulls can save this. But this is that chop, you guys. This is what I'm talking about. It is just chopping all around. As the VIX continues to rise, this is going to be quite the choppy morning. Netflix trying to make a push up here. Pretty much everything just chopping straight across as far as the fangs go. Apple still in the red, or is still in the green though. Amazon slightly down, Microsoft slightly down, Google is slightly down. So Netflix, pretty much like I said, was pretty much the strongest of the fangs so far. But we'll have to watch those for some clues as to where we're going. Tesla still finding that resistance here on the 4-hour at the upper Celt. Nvidia just could not seem to keep it together. I was hoping for an actual retest. It's got a lot of support here on the 4-hour. It's got both the 14 and 30 MAs below it and the middle Celt. So I was really hoping on this 4-hour Nvidia would actually test this good, and then I was going to get long going up here. But with the way the market's so choppy, it's going to be really hard to find a good push up here. Yeah, see, it's starting to sell off right as I say that. Shopify also the same as Tesla. They're almost exactly the same here, where they're stuck just with that resistance on the 4-hour upper Celt. And remember, guys, Shopify has this bullish cross here on the 14 going over the 30 on the way up. That is a bullish signal that we like to play at Aries. And so this is definitely, I'm very, very bullish on Shopify in the short to medium term. But it is finding some resistance right now on the 4-hour upper Celt. Same with Tesla. Roku is staying strong here. Out of all of the names, it is the strongest so far. And I want to see how we are doing. Qualcomm actually finding a bid here, is pretty oversold. BABA is starting to look actually slightly bearish on the 4-hour, because the 14 is starting to come down to cross over the 30 on the way down. That is a bearish signal, and I'm actually really surprised, but I'm almost wondering if they're kind of selling it off before before next week when it will go up. The same with Bidu here. You can see that it is just absolutely starting to dive on the 14-hour or the 14 SMA and the 30. So when this crosses, it's going to be extremely bearish. Both of these are kind of similar, where they're getting close to having a bearish signal. McDonald's has this just barely crossed the 14 over the 30 going up, but it's kind of just been trading sideways here they're all this week. So AMD continuing to sell off, down 2%. And Shopify finally getting above the upper Celt here, just barely finding a bid here on the 4-hour, so that is still bullish. And Roku just really staying strong there. Roku just absolute beast since earnings. That huge drop on earnings, and it's just been ripping since then. It'll be interesting to see into next week where we go. Ad decline line finally getting positive here now once again. Brought back up to a 100. And we are at 3104 on the S&Ps, and we are ticking up. VIX just slightly dropping, so somewhat bullish signals here. Roku still just ripping compared to pretty much anything else right now. So that's where we are at right now, guys. Remember, be very, very careful. This is some crazy, crazy stuff. Don't get FOMO. Don't chase. Don't have to trade every day. These are crazy, crazy conditions, you guys. So yeah, Macy's is down 1.26%. BJ's down 7.89% after missing earnings, and Tiffany is actually up 2.68%. So retail is kind of back and forth all over. So nothing there that I really want to get my hands into either. Oil's staying steady here as concerns over tensions with China rise. Definitely be watching the news on that all day. Roku being the beast of the day so far. And the S&P is starting to sell off a little bit more here as we start to tick down. I'm going to grab another cup of coffee, guys. Yeah, shop that next fib. Yeah, exactly, Boo. Yeah, that's what I'm watching too, man. Oh man, that is crazy, crazy choppy, kids. Crazy choppy. Choppy, choppy, choppy. Um, yeah, Booyah, I just want to make sure you got this right. So it's just let me pull this back up again and show you. So the way you can kind of tell on these, so see, it'd be completely different. You see how the 14, which is the purple dashed line, and maybe that's what had you confused. That's the 14. The white dashed is the 30. So it'd be different. If the 14 was underneath coming up, that's a bullish signal. When this 14 is coming from above and then coming down, that's a bearish signal. And it's because we've been finding these little bits pullbacks here. So what's happening is, and if this continues to go up, then it'll probably just flatline out, right? But if this starts to sell off more, then this is definitely going to cross today or tomorrow. So this is above, the 30's below, so this is going to cross over, signaling a bearish signal. So that's how you read those. You may have been confused just because it's hard to tell, which one's which on mine. But yeah, so on all of my charts, it's always the same. Every chart I have, purple dashed is always the 14, and white dashed is always the 30. Purple is 14, white is the 30. That should help more. I know it's kind of confusing, so I hope that makes sense, man. You guys see, I know a couple of you are probably watching this Shopify with me. You guys see how it rejected pretty much right off of this upper Celt. Now that wouldn't have been a signal because I've got a bullish signal here, right, on the 14 crossing the 30 going up. That's a bullish signal. So I wouldn't have just jumped right in there, right? There's the risk reward. But what it did is it's rejecting off of here and it's coming down. Now I would love to see it come all the way down to middle Celt. However, because we also have this, so you basically got so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So on all my charts without VWAP, obviously VWAP is, and I use VWAP on my intraday, but see how it's starting to sell off. I would love to see this. These are all my 5 same levels of support, resistance, and targets, right? So now I would love to see this. If it would come down onto here and catch support on the, which it might right here, it looks like, find support on the 14. It'd be even better if it found support on the middle Celt because it also would have support with the 30 MA here. But if it could find support on the 14, I would definitely feel much better about risk to reward ratio, and then I would go long looking for target 1 being back up here. And then if it breaks that resistance, then we'd be looking for another high of this 325.83. But you got to give yourself a little bit of wiggle room there. You could have jumped right in there, but I just don't. The risk to reward ratio is got to be really high for me to take a trade right now in the market conditions. So I would want this to sell off a little bit more. You could have popped that little 75 cent there, but see, it just gave it all back. So that's why you got to be so careful. So you wait for this to come to you. Literally wait for it to come all the way down onto here, and if it falls through, then you wait to here. Now, if it falls through there, then you're essentially going bearish, right? And then you might try to catch that trade down. But what I would be waiting for is to see if it can find support here or here on middle Celt and then go back up. That's how this works. That's why these Celts and these MAs, They're not like, oh, buy here for sure, and this is how you do it. Yes, you want this to be a mechanical strategy, and that's like what best strategies are. But this is more of a fall. So you identify the trend, correct? Like, is it going up? Is it going down? Is it going sideways? Where's the trend? Which way is it going? What are overall market conditions? What are its conditions in its sector? And then you use these as a guide, as that probability says that this equals that if this happens, then this looks better, right? So it's a matter of probability and risk to reward. So that's all it is. It's not, oh, buy here, do this every time. That's not how it works, right? But 9 out of 10 times, using these Celts and using the 14 and 30s and using VWAP, it's literally 9 out of 10 times. It's been 11 years of doing this. With the Celts, though, it's been 6 years, but still, yeah. But yeah, so that's definitely what I'm really, really been watching here. And Tesla, I'm really waiting to see if it's going to be able to break this resistance or not. If it cannot break this, I would actually almost be looking for a slight pullback here on Tesla. So that'll be interesting to see. It seems like Roku is just running out of a little bit of steam, but as Roku likes to do, it'll probably just consolidate and then probably rip once again like it does. Roku just being crazy today. AMD did find some support there on the upper Celt and bounced right off of it. So that would have been those are little gains, or those are tricky to play. Those are little scalps, and you can go for those, but that's not the kind of that's especially not the kind of stuff that we're trying to teach over here. We don't want those junk trades, because that's all it really is. Unless you have massive share size and a huge account where you're just throwing a ton of money at it, it's not worth it. So back to BABA on there, you can see it is continuing to move up here. So it'll be really interesting to see if it can break this resistance on these 14 and 30s and keep this bearish signal from forming at all. That'll be really, really interesting to see what happens here with BABA throughout today. Definitely will be watching that one for the rest of the day. Facebook pushing up here finally into the green. Netflix continuing to push up nice and hard, up already over $4. Apple kind of just still chopping sideways. Amazon is literally pretty much flat, same as Microsoft, and Google is trying to make a little bit of a push back up here. So absolute shop fest, guys. This is what we got to be super, super careful on here. We are still positive on the decline line, as well as ticking up. VIX is coming down slightly, and we are pushing up just a little bit here on the S&Ps. Let's take a look at our futures and at our bonds and see what those are doing. So oil is making a nice push up still. We're already up 1.5% at 57.84. Gold is continuing to sell off, as well as bonds are selling off. The NASDAQ is still down about $15 here. And the XLF is not actually catching what I was hoping for. I was wondering if it was going to get a push back up. So this is a lot of weight. The XLF, the financials have a massive amount of weight in the S&P. So this is definitely what's keeping this down from ripping. If this was going up, if the XLF was moving up, obviously the FANG stocks too. But if this was moving up, this would be a whole other story. We'd probably be already at 31.10 this morning. So that XLF being down like it is just slightly is actually putting a lot of weight on the S&P to allow it to push up here. So continuing to tick up. So yeah, we're doing okay though. Pretty choppy morning, just like we said, you guys. So just continue to do what you're doing, being careful. Let's see here. Alright, looking at Apple. Apple's closing on the 4-hour under the upper Celt on the 4-hour, resting on support here on the 14. On the daily, we've got resistance here on the 4-hour. On the daily, I mean, it's got resistance on the upper Celt and support on the 14 on the daily. On the 4-hour, it is now trapped under this lower Celt. On the weekly, we are still quite extended on the weekly. AMD, you can see we tapped the upper Celt here on the daily, bounced right off of it. On the 4-hour, finding support on both the 30 MA and the lower Celt on the 4-hour, and on the weekly still a bit extended on weekly. Amazon finding support on the daily and the lower Celt, as well as bouncing between mid and lower Celt on the 4-hour, finding support on the lower Celt. On the weekly, we did have a bearish cross on the 14 coming down over the 30. On the weekly, that is a bearish signal. Activision finding a bullish cross on the 4-hour with the 14 crossing over the 30 on the way up. Finding support on the weekly middle Celt. However, finding resistance on the daily middle Celt. There's also a bearish signal on the daily with the 14 crossing over the 30. So you've got a bit of a contradiction here between the daily and the 4-hour. However, the daily, being the larger time frame, is more holds more weight. On Activision, on Boeing, we've got a bullish signal on the daily with the 14 crossing the 30 as well, and trying to find support on the upper Celt on the daily today. The 4-hour is finding support on the 30, but resistance on the middle Celt. And on the weekly, had found support and bounced off of it on the middle Celt and resting on this price level. Baba finding, getting a bullish signal here, crossing over the middle Celt on the 4-hour, if it can stay up there. I would start to like this for a bullish signal, as well as on the daily. Holding support on the middle Celt on the daily. And on the weekly, we are in this range here. Bidu is finding resistance again on the 4-hour on the middle Celt, on weekly on the upper Celt finding resistance, and daily on the upper Celt. So running into quite a bit of overhead resistance on every time frame for Bidu. Take a look at Beyond. On the 4-hour, we have got a bearish signal with the 14 crossing down over the 30 on the 4-hour and finding a lot of resistance here on the middle Celt and the 30, and quite actually blow this up so I can see the Wanted to see the RSI. So it's not as low as I thought it was going to be on the weekly. Look at City. Finding resistance on the daily again today on the middle Celt. It's kind of been stuck in this for quite a while here for the last few days. On the 4 hour, it did lose the middle Celt support and the 30 and 14, so that is a pretty bearish signal on City here. And on the weekly, it has got heavy resistance here on the upper Celt. Look at Caterpillar. Finding resistance also on the daily here. In the middle Celt. On the 4 hour is also, it broke through the middle Celt on the 4 hour, signaling to me also a bearish signal. I got out of all of my Caterpillar positions on, well, Monday. I've been in there for quite a while. However, on the weekly, it is finding support on the upper Celt. So that is a pretty important level. If it can't hold on to that, it is definitely going to be a long, long drop down. Costco finding support on the 4 hour lower Celt, on daily on the middle Celt, and resistance on the weekly upper Celt. Disney losing the 4 hour middle Celt, but it's got resistance there now, quite extended on the daily, and hopefully we'll close this week. Tomorrow, this being really important. Tomorrow, if this can close above the upper Celt on weekly for Disney, this will be a very important level going into next week. Facebook. Finding resistance today on the daily upper Celt. In this range between middle and upper Celt on the weekly. And also finding support on the 30 on the 4 hour. Google being able to hold on to this lower Celt support on the 4 hour after bouncing off the 4 and 30 on the 4 hour, and it is almost starting to look like a bearish signal here if this crosses over the 14 over the 30 on the 4 hour. On the daily, it's finding nice support on the middle Celt, and did not quite make upper Celt today on the daily. And very important also, just like on Disney, this is very important on Google on the weekly chart. It is finding heavy support right now, good strong support on the weekly upper Celt. But if it loses this, that is going to be a bearish signal. It also had a weekly bullish cross back in September. So it's been kind of riding that up since September. Would have been a buying signal all the way till up into here, and it's still quite up there, but it needs to find support on here and close on this tomorrow. If it loses this, then next week we could see a sell-off into a bearish position. That is going to be the name of a lot of these. A lot of these are at all-time highs or up at their higher ranges, so it's going to be kind of the same story on a lot of these, so you'll hear me keep saying the same thing. Goldman Sachs, heavy resistance today on the 4 hour middle Celt, range bound on the weekly, and on the daily it is just barely hanging on to the middle Celt on the daily. Home Depot, man, that weekly is just, oh, that is nasty. Look what that did on the weekly chart here. It gave back the last, it continues to drop. It just gave back the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 weeks of trade. It gave back 12 weeks of trade in 4 days. And not even 3. 3 trading sessions. It gave back 12 weeks of gains in 3 trading sessions. Oh, Home Depot. I got out of my last call for like I think it was like a 2,100% gain this morning. I only had one left though. I really should have held on to the other 5. Did not think it was going to keep fading. I thought they were going to buy it back into the expected move, which they did not. This was a 3 sigma move. What I always talk about, this was that was one of them this week, was a 3 sigma on Home Depot. So it went 3 times the expected move out of its range, which means it absolutely destroyed some accounts. Yeah, so the only hope for Home Depot is if it can somehow regain this tomorrow. I don't see that happening. I mean, it's easily done, but it's a $8 move. I don't see it happening. $7 move. Really needs to hold on to that, but I don't see that. So going into the next week, you can see a further sell-off all the way down to this $210 range on the weekly next week. JP Morgan finding that heavy resistance for the last couple days on the daily upper Celt. On the 4 hour, it was able to regain this middle Celt and holding on to it as resistance. There's also a bullish cross on the 14 over the 30 on late Monday, early Tuesday. So that was a bullish signal. So some consolidation here. So JP Morgan could be one of the banks to watch for a... because now if it can retest this tomorrow on the 4 hour, I would and hold that. That could be a bearish signal to go long for a swing, actually. Swing or a day trade tomorrow. Is a bit extended on the weekly, but it's had a pretty good run up from earnings. Kraft Heinz is another one of those ugly charts. Today it lost another almost 3%. Did find support though on the daily lower Celt today, and broke through the lower Celt support on the 4 hour, and it is finding some support here on the 30 on the weekly. Take a look at McDonald's next. McDonald's lost the middle Celt today. It had been riding this all week. You can see it kind of flatlined here with the 14 MA and the middle Celt. It lost that today and definitely hit heavy resistance. Could not keep this middle Celt on the 4 hour, and then blew right through the lower Celt, and now it could not get back over, and so we're all the way down at 192.35. And on the weekly, we are pretty extended to the downside. I want to look at the daily RSI here. Blow this up. So you can see we hit a pretty oversold range here. Hit an oversold range here. But we have not got back there yet. So McDonald's still may have some room to go down before it starts to regain what it lost. And this is all from that news event from the CEO. I don't really have to say politically correct, I guess. The CEO banging one of his employees. Not a good look, my man. Not a good look, my man. Take a look at Microsoft. Microsoft holding the upper Celt on the daily. That is a good bullish signal there, and not being able to get any range here today on the middle Celt. You can see it's for the last couple of days kind of been stuck in this range here. It lost it yesterday and then kind of just been consolidating in there. On the weekly, it did bounce off of the upper Celt, but it is holding that. So if this can close above tomorrow, that will be a bullish signal going into next week on Microsoft. So that is that's a possible play there. Next, I'll look at El Netflixo. So Netflix, probably the strongest FANG today at 691, 2.26%. By far the strongest FANG stock today. It tested the upper Celt on the daily and then bounced right off of that for a high of 312.69. We're sitting at 312.03 right now. Also on the 4-hour, it was able to pop through upper Celt and didn't quite test it, but has kept its gains for the day. So Netflix showing some good strength. Also on the weekly, it did not lose this middle Celt. So Netflix is looking like a strong play. That might be a possible swing for some of you if you're looking for a nice swing right there. Netflix is looking pretty bullish in my opinion, at least so far as the overnight. Nvidia kind of bounced off the daily upper Celt yesterday after a big day. It's had a pretty good week, but then kind of consolidated here today. Did find resistance on the upper Celt on the 4-hour, but then was able to at least hold this nice support on the 4-hour middle Celt. And the weekly is a bit extended over the upper Celt. Take a look at Qualcomm. This is looking pretty nasty. Yep. Just kind of had a downtrend ever since this high at 94.11. It's just kind of lost it all the way down here. Could not get over resistance here on the middle Celt on the daily. Also lost the upper Celt support on the weekly. If this cannot regain this tomorrow, this is going to be looking ugly into next week. Be a good bearish play for next week on the weekly. Be a nice long swing trade. I would try to do that for like a 3-4 day swing trade if this cannot hold on to this for the weekly. And still just been downtrending on the 4-hour, not being able to get even close. So Qualcomm might be a nice bearish swing trade. We'll check out Roku, the stock of the week here. I mean, for the last 2 weeks, look at this, just ripping ever since earnings dump. Did lose upper Celt support today on the daily. Also finding resistance heavy today on the weekly. Really needs to get back over this for next week, or this could be the downturn I've been talking about for the last couple of days on Roku. So if it cannot close above this tomorrow for the weekly, I would be looking for a possible weekly bearish play for next week on Roku. Look at Shopify. It's been a pretty good range, trend up from the low of 282.08 for the last couple weeks here. Found some support on the 30 MA on the daily, and barely just well, no, it's underneath the middle Celt on the 4-hour, so that's not good there. And on the weekly, just kind of range in this stuck in this range, this 284 to 333. It's a pretty big range, but I can actually pull up the weekly on Shop. You can see it's actually got, look at the average true range. Average true range is $29 for the weekly. Shopify, you guys, if you can, this is one to keep on your radars and play. This is an absolutely beautiful stock to play. Look at the weekly average true range on these, $29 a week. I mean, that thing can move. If you get in at the right spot, you pick this up down here, and you got $30 of range. I mean, that's an incredible mover. Shopify is an awesome range stock. I will look at SPY real quick. I did not look at the Qs or IWM, which I will look at after hours for you guys. SPY did lose the upper Celts. Also has a bearish signal on the 4-hour here, and it is holding on to the upper Celt for the weekly, so that is somewhat okay. Skyworks did lose the daily middle Celt and finding heavy resistance there. Found a little bit of support on the lower Celt for the 4-hour, and it is still a bit extended from earnings on the weekly from last week. Look at Target, gonna be pretty extended on everything. Yeah, so pretty extended on the daily from really good earnings, still on target. Same on the 4-hour, but on the weekly you can see it had touched the upper Celt, but as long as this closes up, I would not be anything but bullish going into next week for Target. would expect a little bit of a return to the mean, but other than that, definitely still bullish on target. Tesla, pretty extended on the weekly. Did hold on to the daily upper support here, so that is very good for Tesla. And for the 4-hour, it did find resistance on the upper celt this morning, but held on to support here on the 4-hour. The only problem with Tesla is that tonight is the truck release thing, whatever you want to call it. So I'm not gonna touch Tesla. I did think about grabbing a straddle, but I don't really know if this event is going to be that much. I don't really know if this is a binary event or not. I don't know if you guys know what that means, but a binary event is something that can move the stock a massive amount, and usually it's out after hours. This could be a binary event. I don't really know if this is going to sell off hard, or if this is going to buy up hard. I don't know if it's that big of a deal. I mean, I guess if that thing comes out and it just looks like the sickest, like, transformer future truck ever, maybe. Or it comes out and it looks like the hideous concept drawings I've seen, but we've already all seen it. So is that already baked in and everybody already knows and assumes? So I really don't see it selling off hard because of that, but it could easily be wrong. I don't know. That's not a risk I really want to take right now. I know a couple of guys on our Discord, or at least one of them did for sure. Twitter had a great day today. We'll look at Twitter next. Had a really good day today, hitting $30.49 as a high. It did finally lose the upper celt on the 4-hour. I found that resistance also on the daily was the upper celt, and is holding on to the middle celt as support on the daily, and the weekly is starting to slowly make a little bit of a comeback here after earnings. What was that, a month and a half, well, 10/21, so yeah. I'm not gonna look at that. Don't look at that. Look at that. I will look at El Visa. Visa did have a rough day, but was able to keep support on the 14 MA and the middle celt on the daily. Did have a pretty significant loss on support on the 4-hour, and the weekly is finding support on the 30 MA and the weekly. And Walmart has just been pretty range driven. You see here for the last month, basically. I mean, it had a pretty good earnings last week where it ripped, but then it just sold. It went to green to red that day. Had an absolute fade play on Walmart. And then this week it has not been able to get over this resistance on the weekly upper celt, and it is holding on to daily middle celt, but has heavy resistance on all three indicators of the 14, 30 MAs and the middle keltner here. So that is not too good. Walmart really needs to get some bought up here. I'm just going to click through the ETFs real quick. Look at financials first. We'll look at consumer, tech, and discretionary. Yeah, so the couple of bearish plays I would look at is possible swing short on Qualcomm, a possible long swing on Netflix, a possible swing on Baba, a long swing, and Apple, a possible short as well. So those would be the 4 possible swing plays I would be looking at, guys. Market is selling off a little bit here into close. We did have a 14 cross the 30 on a bear signal a couple days ago on the S&P, but this is just, I believe, just a consolidation period. Nothing to get too excited about. And we will check in with our futures. Oil had a fantastic day today, getting up to, it actually had gotten up to 3%. It's sitting at 2.56% now, at $58.47. Gold had sold off most of the morning, but it started to make a bid back up here. Same with bonds. It had sold off pretty hard the last couple days, but now did get a little bit of a boost here. The NASDAQ is down 22 points, 22 handles here at 82.69. And the S&Ps are down $6.25 with a slight rise in the volatilities. And going into close, we are, like I said, we are starting to tick down slightly, and our ad divergences are at a positive or a negative 542. So you can see we just sold off pretty hard from this morning, kind of got bought back up, and then we just literally been going straight across choppy all day. And here on the 5-minute with the S&Ps, like I said, we are just kind of finding this little sell-off hump here, and ticking pretty much straight across. So we had that big rise in the morning on VIX, and then just kind of consolidated the rest of the day, but still at an elevated 13.22. So we've been at 12 for the last few days, so that's elevated for where we've been at otherwise. Jamba Lamba Bam Bam.